and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Pre-Maurice de Geest.
Okay, Gabby, I think whenever you're ready.
Good. Is this close enough? Test one. Good? Okay. Today's Friday. Okay. Gabby Gaudette here at Keeneland Racecourse as we have an excellent program today. A little bit of poor weather to deal with. It's going to be raining throughout the afternoon, so something to consider when you're handicapping the later races, but still a very nice card on tap. And we'll take a closer look at the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. That's the featured event on today's card, and a lot of focus will be on Campanelle for trainer Wesley Ward. Now, she obviously was, there was a little bit of drama 2 starts back in the Group 1 Commonwealth Cup at Royal Ascot, and even more drama last time out in the Prix-Maurice de Geest when she just did not get out of the gate well at all. She actually popped the stall, she reared up, and it looked like she hit Frankie Dettori in the face. So I do think that you can just draw a line through it. She comes back here to Keeneland. It appears that she has been training very forwardly, and obviously it's Wesley Ward, and a very talented filly. She will be the horse to beat in the featured event. But if you're not too keen on her, if you want to go with a better price, I do like the number 12, Change of Control. This is a filly that she went a mile last time out. She went 6 furlongs 2 starts back. I think this specific distance for her shortening up will be perfect for her closing kick. So I do like Change of Control if you're looking for an alternative in the feature, but a lot of focus will be on Campanelle today for Wesley Ward. Wesley Ward will also send out another horse earlier in the card if you want to pay attention to race 5. He sends out the number 2, Into the Sunrise. And when you're dealing with Wesley Ward, a turf sprint, a horse that's the clear-cut speed, he very, very rarely loses. So Wesley could have a very good day on tap today. But I wanted to talk about one more horse, and that's the number 1, Bodenheimer. If you're looking to play another horse in the race, this horse will probably be 12-1, 15-1, something in that range. And I would definitely use him because he has done everything but his best thing, and that's sprinting on the turf. He's gone long on the turf. He hasn't been sprinting on the turf as of late, so he finally shortens up to his preferred distance, and he could be the speed on the rail. But a great racing card. We hope you join us here this afternoon at Keeneland. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
race, taking the Keeneland Julep Cup, number 1, Tap Time. Owned by David Menard, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez. And they're off. There goes Waters of Merrim, Ms. Hipsy Lettuce, and also Lola Flo to the inside. Lola Flo going to move up and challenge Waters of Merrim for that top spot as they head into the first turn. Waters of Merrim, though, starts to move on by, clears with the lead and gets over next to the rail. Waters of Merrim opens up here by 2.5 lengths. Lola Flo goes second by 1.5 lengths. And then Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third up on the outside. Classical Romance fourth against the rail. Gap of 2 more. Karmari 3 wide off the first turn, but moving up a spot into the 5th position. And then Lucky Wise is 6th. Greedy Algorithm last of the 7, 24.12 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Waters of Merrim is the leader. Waters of Merrim leads it by 2. Now that three-way shuffle for second starts bearing down behind the leader. Here's Lola Flo moving up out of that crowd into second by just a neck. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third up on the outside. Classical Romance fourth against the rail. Then a gap of 2 to Karmari, who's in 5th. Lucky Wise 6th. Then a gap of 8 more lengths back to Greedy Algorithm. 49.02 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Waters of Merrim is the leader over to the far turn. Leads it by 2 lengths. Classical Romance is second against the rail by a half length. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce is third. Then a break of 7 more lengths. Now a gap of 9 more lengths back to Lola Flo, who has lost contact with those front 3, and there's only a quarter mile to go, and Waters of Merrim has a 5-length lead to the top of the short stretch here at Keeneland. Classical Romance is second by 5. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce is third. Then a gap of a dozen more lengths back to the rest. Into the final furlong comes Waters of Merrim. Florent Giroux checks back over his right shoulder, sees that he's got an 8-length margin all the way back to Classical Romance. It is Waters of Merrim to win it for Arapahoe Thoroughbreds of Dan Issel. Waters of Merrim, a convincing winner. Classical Romance across the line in second. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third, and then Lucky Wise. Five is the winner for number 44. Number 5, Waters of Merrim, owned by the Arapahoe Thoroughbreds LLC of Dan Issel, trained by Brad Cox. They're off. There goes Knight's Cross out for the early lead. Motagali is there toward the inside, though, and Motagali moves up to apply pressure. Knight's Cross is alongside for the move into the first turn. Leader of Men comes away running in the 3rd position. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Treasure Trove, who's in 4th. Starts to move up 1 position around Code Runner in 5th. And Pepper Pike is last of the 6. Stays a lane off the rail, moves up to challenge for 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Motagali is the leader. Motagali on top by a length, headed off the first turn with Knight's Cross second on the outside, 24.53 seconds for the opening quarter. Leader of Men is third and is looking for some running room in between horses now, starting to move up to press the issue as they head up the back stretch and beginning to contend for the lead. So Motagali has the lead a half length. Leader of Men second by a neck. Knight's Cross third up on the far outside. Treasure Trove, Code Runner, and Pepper Pike at the back. First half mile in 48.65 seconds. Motagali the leader. Motagali on top, 3/4 of a length. Leader of Men second by a half length. Knight's Cross third, caught wide heading onto the far turn. Code Runner is 4th, looking for more room down to the inside. There's Treasure Trove now. Treasure Trove starts to move around the turn, has to go to the outside of horses, moves up 2 spots into 3rd. Code Runner comes off the rail. They're at the quarter pole, still 4th though. Back up front, it is Leader of Men who has taken over from Motagali. Motagali drops all the way back to 4th. Here's Treasure Trove and Code Runner bearing down behind Leader of Men into the short stretch, coming past the 8th pole. Leader of Men leads it by 2. Code Runner inside, Treasure Trove outside, Code Runner up the rail to challenge Leader of Men, and Treasure Trove there on the far outside. Code Runner keeps coming up the rail. Leader of Men is still fighting on, and then Treasure Trove. Code Runner gets there by a neck. Leader of Men was home second. Treasure Trove was third. And they're off. There goes Lemonade at the latch for the early lead. Barber Road is right there, though, in the opening strides, and Not That Serious between that pair. Declare the Moon back toward the rail as they move into the first turn. Barber Road gets over to the rail, has the early lead. But here comes Not That Serious to draw alongside. Within a neck of the leader midway on the first turn, Declare the Moon is behind that pair toward the rail and third ahead. Lemonade at the latch is up close fourth up on the outside, now taking third as they enter the backstretch. Eli and then Loon Shot, and then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back of that pair. Brazil Nut trails here early on, 24.1 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Barber Road, Not That Serious. They contest the lead. Lemonade at the latch is third, and Eli fourth on the extreme outside, center of the track, within a length of the front trio. Then Declare the Moon is next as they head for the far turn. Loon Shot is in between horses and is now running in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Eli loses a spot to his outside and still a gap of another 8 lengths back to the trailer. Brazil Nut opening half mile went in 49.76 seconds. On to the far turn. Here's Lemonade at the latch right alongside of Barber Road. Lemonade at the latch from the outside. Barber Road against the rail. They're matching strides for the lead around the turn. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Loon Shot, who's third by a neck. Declare the Moon is being urged along, not responding, though still fourth to the top of the short stretch. Still side by side for the lead. Barber Road to the rail. Lemonade at the latch is there on the outside, and these two continue to go at it into the final furlong. Barber Road, Lemonade at the latch. Barber Road with the lead. Barber Road hanging tough and opening back up. Barber Road and Raylu Gutierrez draw clear in the closing strides to win it clear of Lemonade at the hatch, who was home across in the second position. Further back, Loon Shot was in third, and they're off. And here comes Freudian Fate down toward the inside. B Maker has early speed as well. B Maker now pokes ahead in front. All the Diamonds goes third. Excursion is away running in the fourth position. Oxon fifth toward the inside. And then comes Sir Ace-A-Lot at the back as the field works their way up the backstretch and heads for the far turn. Three-way shuffle for the lead. All the Diamonds far outside. Freudian Fate to the inside. Bead Maker between that pair. They are chased by Oxon against the rail in the fourth position. Excursion alongside that one. Sir Ace-A-Lot last. It was 22.16 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. All the Diamonds far outside, has a head in front around the far turn, but Freudian Fate is right there toward the inside. Bead Maker has lost ground, drops back in third. Excursion goes wide from fourth, still running 7 lengths off the lead. Top of the stretch. All the Diamonds on the outside and Freudian Fate against the rail. These two continue to go at it for the lead, coming toward the final furlong. Then a gap of 6 more lengths. Excursion is third. All the Diamonds, Freudian Fate, still side by side all the way down the stretch here at Keeneland. All the Diamonds with a head in front. Freudian Fate tries to respond to the inside. All the Diamonds, Freudian Fate fighting back. Freudian Fate gets there by a nose for Tyler Gaffalione over All the Diamonds. And they're off. There's Cloud Creek from the inside. Almanzo kicks in down toward the rail as they join up onto the main course now up the backstretch. And King Doodle will be close in the opening strides as well. Gruden kicks in, and Gruden now moves up against the rail out of a crowd of horses to take over. But Almanzo is right there in the second position by just a head. And then comes King Doodle third up on the outside. Underdressed is fourth against the rail, followed by Ignitus fifth between horses. Euler has lost a couple of positions, caught wide in sixth to the far turn. Malibu Mike is in the seventh position. Cloud Creek is eighth down toward the inside and is followed by All Choked Up in ninth. And Mr. Yasuda last of 10, 22.71 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. It is Gruden with the lead, but here's Almanzo. Almanzo starts to draw alongside of Gruden, those two matching strides as they move for the top of the stretch. Ignitus is third, and Ignitus is 3 lengths off the front pair, 2 lengths off the front pair. Ignitus going to swing wide for the drive off the far turn, and Ignitus comes striding forward for the lead. Moving by the 8th pole, Ignitus has taken control in the final furlong. Almanzo in second, Gruden is third. It is Ignitus moving on for the finish. Rafael Bejarano, Ignitus to draw clear and win it. Almanzo will be across the line in the second position, and then it's going to be close for third. Malibu Mike rallied up for third, Gruden fourth. And they're off. Pelican Cheetah comes out for the lead. English Treasure, Flanagan's Cove are there down toward the inside. Liz Queen Fleur de Lis is up close. Fleeting Glimpse is right there in between horses as well. English Treasure moves up the inside. Here's Fast as Flight moving from the far outside now from fourth to third to challenge for second. Fast as Flight moves up less than a length off the leader English Treasure. Fleeting Glimpse between that pair. Flanagan's Cove goes fourth. Pelican Cheetah is fifth up on the outside. Miss Tulsa against the rail is sixth moving into the first turn. Liz Queen Fleur de Lis 3 wide in the 7th position. Dibble Dibble back to the inside in 8th. Wicked Intent is 9th. Palamos against the rail is 10th. And Tricky Hat is last of the 11th. 23.38 for the opening quarter mile. Onto the backstretch they go. English Treasure leads. English Treasure on top 3/4 of a length. Fleeting Glimpse is starting to draw alongside again from second by 2. Fast as Flight is backed away to third a half length. Flanagan's Cove is in fourth. Bella Conchita fifth toward the outside. Then Miss Tulsa, Liz Queen Fleur de Lis, Wicked Intent between that pair. Dibble Dibble, Palamos, who's still near the back, better than a dozen lengths off the lead. Trick Hat is last after an opening half mile. 47.45 seconds the time for that opening half. Into the far turn they go. English Treasure is the leader against the rail. Fleeting Glimpse just off the leader's flank. Fast as Flight moving up now. Far outside, going to be wide on the far turn. Third up into second and neck, a length and a half off the lead. Flanagan's Cove starts to gear up and swings wide from fourth into third. Bella Conchita moves up 5 lengths off the lead behind that one. Then Miss Tulsa. Palamos is still nearly 10 lengths from the front. They're coming toward the 8th pole in the stretch. English Treasure cuts the quarter, still leads it. Flanagan's Cove takes aim again from the outside. And Fast as Flight is third. Flanagan's Cove coming after English Treasure, who still has the lead by a length. Flanagan's Cove is second. Flanagan's Cove is alongside. Flanagan's Cove is trying. Flanagan's Cove getting in front to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. English Treasure second. Bella Conchita was home third, close for fourth. Are at the post, and they're off. Tiberius Mercurius broke sharply, but now here comes Milliken. Milliken moves up, and Olympiad is there between horses. 2-lane Trist is up close. Bears watching comes away in the 5th position. Olympiad puts a head in front. 2-lane Trist moves up to challenge from between horses. Tiberius Mercurius is there on the far outside. Milliken back toward the inside in 4th. 2 lengths off the front trio. It is flanked there by Bears watching in 5th. Grandeur moves up in between horses in 6th. Simovich 3 wide in 7th. Spankhurst 4 wide in 8th. Pledge of Allegiance back toward the rail in 9th. Then a break of 7 more lengths back to Notary, who's last of the 10. 22.89 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Olympiad is the leader. Olympiad against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. 2-lane Trist is second. Tiberius Mercurius far outside is in third. Milliken still locked on the rail in 4th. 2 lengths off the leader as they move for the top of the stretch. Simovich, Bears watching between horses, and then Grandeur back toward the inside, who's 7 lengths from the lead. Into the stretch, Olympiad chased by Milliken. Milliken now has room and switches lanes to the outside to try to come after Olympiad. Olympiad 2-length lead. Milliken takes aim into the final furlong. A length and a half separate the top 2. Now only a length. Here's Milliken driving after Olympiad. Olympiad is fighting on gamely. Milliken trying. Olympiad with the lead. Olympiad wins it. Milliken was across the line in second. And then further back, Notary got up and they are at the post. And they're off. Fantasioso went to his knees coming out of the starting gate. Back on his feet now, settles back against the rail about 5 to 6 lengths off the early lead. Big Buzz goes to the front. Big Buzz will be the early leader. Huge Bigley moves up second on the outside of Intraday, who's away running in the third position. Artemis Eagle is fourth as they move on to the far turn. Highest Distinction outward from the rail is in fifth. Sabolian is back toward the inside in sixth. Malthael between horses in seventh. Cheyenne's Colonel is toward the far outside in eighth. Mud Pie is ninth. Fantasioso now drops out 10th and last as they move into the stretch for the first time. And here's Artemis Eagle from the outside, up to put ahead in front. Big Buzz is second toward the rail as the field continues to move under the line with a circuit to go here. Big Buzz moves back up, has the lead. Artemis Eagle second by just a length. And then Huge Bigley third toward the inside. Highest Distinction goes fourth up on the outside. And then Intraday, who's back toward the inside in fifth. Sabolian changes lanes toward the outside in sixth, running 9 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more to Malthael, who is in seventh. Cheyenne's Colonel is eighth. Mud Pie is ninth. And Fantasioso is 10th and last as the field moves through the second of 3 turns and onto the back stretch once again. Big Buzz, the leader. Big Buzz is on top, leads it by 2.5 lengths. And then Artemis Eagle, who's second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Huge Bigley, third, a half length. Highest Distinction starts to move up a closer fourth. Now takes toward the extreme outside to challenge for third, still 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 more back to Sabolian, who travels in fifth on the outside of Intraday in sixth. Malthael, Cheyenne's Colonel, Mud Pie, Fantasioso is last as the field heads on to the final turn. Big Buzz still the leader, 3/4 of a length. Artemis Eagle, second, a length and a half. Highest Distinction, third. Huge Bigley is fourth. Sabolian has to go to the center of the course, midway on the far turn, in fifth to fourth to third. And Malthael is moving behind that one within 5 lengths of the lead. Sabolian, Malthael are going to swing out to the center of the course to try to come after Big Buzz. Big Buzz is the leader. Sabolian right alongside. Malthael, then Mud Pie. And Mud Pie arrives on the scene fourth, still 5 lengths off the lead. Sabolian has the lead, but not for long because Malthael is moving by. Mud Pie is third. Sabolian tries to fight back. Malthael short lead. Sabolian still fighting on. Malthael wins the feature by a head. Sabolian second. Mud Pie was home third. Long. And they're off. Flores comes right out running for the lead from the far outside. Awkward start for Cha-Cha Mission. Looked like Corey Lannery lost the iron. Now he manages to get settled back into position, but Cha-Cha Mission is going to be last. It is going to be nearly 15 lengths off the lead. Meanwhile, back up front, As You Were has the early lead and has it by 3/4 of a length. Flirtatious Kitty second. Flores third up on the outside into the far turn. Bit of Bodie travels a lane off the rail in fourth. My Coralena is in fifth. Palace Magic sixth. Magic Lamp is in seventh. Wins is eighth. A break of 8 more lengths to Cha-Cha Mission, who's back there in ninth after that awkward beginning. And American Born is last of the 10. 22.84 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Flores has the lead. Bit of Bodie moves up into second off the far turn. Flirtatious Kitty third toward the inside. A 1/4 mile to go. Palace Magic is fourth. My Coralena fifth between horses. Now she goes to fourth. Has to go to the outside. My Coralena tries to take aim, but still 5 lengths off the lead of Flores. Flores leads it by 2.5 past the 8th pole. My Coralena far outside and Bit of Bodie in between that pair. And Flores moves on past the 16th pole. A 5-length advantage in deep stretch. Flores, John Court to win the nightcap. My Coralena was up for second. Bit of Bodie across the line in third, followed by Flores. owned and trained by William Duval. John Court is the jockey. Florist, 3-year-old filly by Creative Cause out of Flouts by More Than Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is currently listed fast. The turf firm. Rail set at 10 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes get underway. It's also the start of the early pick 5. In the opener, scratch number 3, Time for a Woodford. Scratch number 3, Time for a Woodford. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on the first race. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. Overweight, number 5, A Little Flyer, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 5, A Little Flyer, the jockey 1 pound over. Third race, scratch number 1, Carmichael. Scratch number 1, Carmichael. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta wager on the third. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5 is where the Pick 6 gets underway. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, comprised of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, jockey for the 2 Into the Sunrise will be John Velasquez. Number 2, Into the Sunrise, the jockey, John Velasquez. Sixth race is the start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Seventh race, that's where the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG, begins. No changes in race 7. Eighth race, scratch number 8, La Turista. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, La Turista. Featured 9th race, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Scratch the 9, LZ, and scratch the 11, Signify. Again, scratch 9, LZ, and scratch 11, Signify. 10th and final race. No changes at this time in race 10. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
As we welcome you to a rainy Friday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. As we mentioned on today at Keeneland, Gabby, a lot cooler conditions. Rain expected through a good amount of the afternoon. The forecast is rain about every hour, but right now we're seeing some of the heaviest rain that we've seen so far this morning and now into the afternoon. Yeah, so the conditions right now for both surfaces, fast and firm, but expect that to change throughout the afternoon. And as it looks like if you're looking at the radar, it doesn't look like this rain is going anywhere. Yeah, we'll definitely keep you informed. Those of you joining us, you'll be obviously well aware of it. For those of you joining us at home, we will do our best to pass along what the current weather conditions are here in Lexington and obviously right here at Keeneland Racecourse. But today's feature, the Franklin County Buffalo Trace Franklin County, it's race number 9. Going 5.5 on the turf course. We knew Signify was a scratch. We just had a recent scratch within the last hour. It was announced that LZ, the number 9 horse, will not go. But this is a race that Campanelli will be the favorite in and should be off of her career. She's a Group 1 winner, multiple Group 1 winner, multiple wins overseas. And explain what happened in her most recent race for those of us just joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse. Yeah, if you're looking at the program or the past performances, her last race at Deauville, the Prix-Maurice de Guist, she did not get out of the gate, Scott. She hopped up once the gate opened and actually popped Frankie Dettori in the face, and he kind of just kept her out in the clear and wrapped up on her in the second half of the race as well. So things did not happen. It did not go well for her and her rider that particular day, but look for her to bounce back in a big way this afternoon. And don't worry about the course condition for her, because her win in the Group 1 Commonwealth Cup, it rained so much during that weekend at Royal Ascot. They were even considering postponing the races. That's how much rain that turf course took on. So she can handle these conditions. And that race will be part of the late pick 4, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by our friends at TVG. We're 19 minutes away from the opener on this Friday. Race number 1, 19 minutes to post. Scratch out the number 3 horse, Time for a Woodford, so brings it down to a field of 5 and wide open. Nobody bigger than 6-1 right now in the current wagering. There's Road Bible, Gabby. Both of our selections was claimed out of that last race. Was one of 2 horses that Kelly Martinez claimed out of that race. They also got the winner, B Maker. We saw B Maker run yesterday for 20 and a non-mortis at 2 lifetime. Ran 5th. But this is a much different situation. This colt's still a maiden, so they still have that luxury, and I think today is the day for him. I agree with you. This doesn't seem like that competitive of a field for the maiden $15,000 level, although they did claim him for 10 last time out. This seems like a good spot for this horse, and also I like the outside draw, Scott. The one, My Utter Mama Was a Paint, is probably going to be the speed from the rail, but this colt, can have all of the options, and just seeing how the race will play out and go on from there. Our second choice, is also the second choice in the wagering. That is the 2, and there's a good look at the rain that we're getting right now out here at Keeneland. But Cotswold Bay, the 2-horse in there getting saddled, drops from 30 in for 15. Son of Liam's Map, now trying the main track. That's the reason I gravitated towards him, the 2 changes that could wake him up here today.
He really needed his first race, too, because he was kind of all over the place. You can see in the short comment, bumped, checked at the start, green. He needed the experience of one race, and it doesn't hurt that he is dropping in class. But the main track is a bit of an unknown for him, as his debut was going 7.5 furlongs on the turf.
The number 4 horse is Philly Cheese, 4-1, did very little running in his 3 starts in Southern California, when previously with trainer Ryan Hansen. But California to Kentucky, oftentimes we'll see these horses wake up. This is a much easier spot, you've got to think, and hopefully he can respond here today as he sits at 4-1. But there's nothing in his past performances that would make you gravitate towards him, minus the drop in class and the move from Southern California.
Yeah, I think you and I see this similarly, that the 6 looks pretty tough in here. The 2 looks like the likeliest other horse, so you have to throw a horse in third. And my third pick is the 1. My Utter Mama was a paint, and this horse, I just think, will be able to show some speed from the rail. I know he is shortening up from 1 1/16 last time out to a sprint distance, but if you look beyond his form, I actually really liked his race 3 starts back at Arlington, where he finished second. So there have been glimmers of hope in his past performances, but I think he can use his speed to his advantage today.
Race number 1, 10-race card. The Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, that Grade 3 event, is the feature later on this afternoon. Race number 1 does start the first double opportunity, pick 3, and also starts the early pick 5, as we see the 6 now click down to odds of 4-5. Road Bible, first off the claim for Kelly Martinez. Good luck.
Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the groom responsible for the best turned out racehorse with a $300 cash award. That will be the case for each of our 10 races here today. Horses are on the track for Keeneland's first race, a maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up. The price, $15,000, 6 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. Main track is currently listed fast, the turf listed firm. Double pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering here on this first race. No superfecta, however. Scratch 3, Time for a Woodford. Number 3, Time for a Woodford, is a scratch, and as a result of that scratch, no superfecta on the first. Post time in less than 5 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the first race, Alexis Berghardt, the groom for number 6, Road Bible. Alexis, congratulations.
A couple of horses that showed some bounce to their step when they came out into these conditions on the front side. Cotswold Bay is the first one that we saw, 7-2 right now on the board. As Gabby mentioned, looked like he needed that debut race, and looks like he's enjoying himself out in these conditions. So 7-2, not a bad price and not a bad alternative to the favorite, Road Bible, who also showed some good energy when he got out here with the pony, the son of Pioneer the Nile, first off the claim. He's being bet down to 4-5 right now. That's the number 6 horse, Kelly Martinez, Armando Martinez for D&L Farms. So the 2 and the 6 showing some spark out here in these rainy conditions as we're 2 minutes away from this Friday opener.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 4th race. In the 4th race, scratch number 1, She's Stuck Up. Keeneland's 4th race, scratch number 1, She's Stuck Up. Conditions still listed fast and firm. Headed to the gate for race 1 to start the early pick 5. Horses have reached the starting gate for the first. They are at the post. And they're off. Cotswold's Way was off the step slowly. There goes Road Bible for the lead. Road Bible fires right out, clears the inside traffic, and quickly scoots down next to the rail. Now, Cotswold's Way, after that poor beginning, has moved up into third, but is in close quarters down next to the rail, up to challenge for second. My Utter Mama's a Paint is there on the outside in the second spot by 3/4 of a length, as Cotswold's Way is now in third as they head onto the far turn. Philly Cheese fourth. Bassett is last of the five. 23.43 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Road Bible leads. Midway on the far turn, Road Bible by a length. My Utter Mama's a Paint is second by 2. Cotswold's Way is third, a length and a half. Philly Cheese fourth, gap of 3 more back to Bassett, who's trailing as they turn for home. Road Bible chased by My Utter Mama's a Paint. A length separate the top 2. Road Bible the leader. My Utter Mama's a Paint is still second up on the outside, and then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Philly Cheese and Cotswold's Way into the final furlong. Road Bible still leads by a length and a half. My Utter Mama's a Paint second. Now the lead is out to 3 lengths at the 16th pole for Road Bible. Armando Martinez and Road Bible take the opener at Keeneland. My Utter Mama's a Paint was across the line in second. Bassett was home third, Philly Cheese fourth, and Cotswold's Way fifth.
Made the lead out of the gate and kept on going. The 2 ran up on the inside after breaking poorly Cotswold's Way, and the 1 was the only one within striking distance of My Utter Mama was a Paint. That was the 1 who ends up finishing second, but a no doubt about it win for this 3-5 favorite Road Bible for D&L Farms. Kelly Martinez, Armando Martinez taking the opener here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 6, Road Bible first. Number 1, My Utter Mama's a Paint was second. Number 5, Bassett third. Number 4, Philly Cheese fourth. 6-1, 5-4, the unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 6, Road Bible, owned by D&L Farms of Lee Berghardt. Trained by Kelly Martinez, Armando Martinez, the winning jockey. Road Bible, 3-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile, out of Wonder Gal by Tis Wonderful. Bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC, and Clear Sky Farms. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.04 seconds over the main track listed fast. Results of the first official. 6-1-5-4, the official results for Keeneland's first race. At Keeneland, please note that the condition of the main track has now been changed to muddy. Condition of the turf course has been changed to good. Again, at Keeneland, condition of the main track has been changed to muddy. Condition of the turf course has been changed to good. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Overweight, the 5, A Little Flyer, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 5, A Little Flyer, jockey 1 pound over. A reminder, the upcoming second race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Third race, scratch the 1 Carmichael. Third race, scratch the 1 Carmichael. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta in the third race. Fourth event, scratch the 1 She's Stuck Up. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 1 She's Stuck Up. Race 5, jockey for the 2 Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. Number 2, Into the Sunrise, the jockey, John Velasquez. Main track muddy, turf good.
Race number 2 begins the early pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. And in case you missed it, Kurt Becker with the announcement that the course conditions have changed. Main track is now muddy, turf listed as good. This race on the main track, that muddy main track, 10,000 claimers, fillies and mares 3 and up. I've got Miss Commish on top at odds of 7-2. This is a filly that's won 2 of her last 3. She's run well on synthetic, on dirt, and they have found the level that works for her, and I think that she's found the right group here for Lon Wiggins. Daughter of Commissioner and offspring of Commissioner, win 20% of the time on an off-main track, which she's catching here today. So I look for Miss Commish to continue this good roll at a good price, 7-2 right now on the tote board. War Eagles Love is my second choice rather. That's the number 1 horse, who's 5-1. Coming out of a starter allowance condition tries, hopefully can find that gate speed, which will be necessary here today. And this is a mare that's run well on off tracks. She's got 7 victories. 2 of those 7 wins have come on off tracks, so she's getting the conditions that she's shown us she can handle in the past. She's only raced or won here at Keeneland 1 time in 5 attempts, but her last try, she was in much tougher competition. So the drop-in class for the Anthony Stephen trainee, she should be able to respond with a decent performance at odds of 5-1. And then I go to the number 5 horse as my third choice. That's Gabby's Top Selection, a little flyer, daughter of Arch, who comes off of a sprint race. Back out to a route of ground might be a positive move for this filly. She was a winner the last time that she went a route. That was up at Belterra in Ohio. She won by 5.5 lengths in a non-1 as a 2 lifetime try. But this is a move against a bit more class when you've got a 7-time winner such as War Eagles Love and the number 2 horse, Miss Commish. 10,000 claimers, a mile and 1/16. Once again, starts the early pick 4, race 2 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $10,000 claiming price. A mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed muddy. Race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Overweight, the 5, a little flyer, the jockey 1 pound over. Again, the 5, a little flyer, the jockey 1 pound over. Doubled in pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. Main track is muddy. Turf listed good. 6 minutes to post. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the second race, Eligio Perez, the groom for number 7, Dutch Treat. Eligio, congratulations.
We come front side to start with the one-horse War Eagles Love for Anthony Stevens. Special moment for this young jockey. Andreas Calleja, this is his first ever ride, 10-pound apprentice. So we wish him a safe journey and good luck here today as he makes his riding debut. And it comes here on the birthday of Keeneland as Keeneland turns 85 years young. So good luck to Andreas Calleja in his first ever ride in his career. The number 2 horse, Miss Kamish, thought that she looked fine out there warming up. My top selection, 7-2 for Lon Wiggins, looking to keep this roll going. She was my best angle on this morning's today at Keeneland, suggesting just a $20 win wager, a straight win wager with this filly. I don't think that 7-2 suggests what she's going to be doing out here, given the fact that she's, about second choice in the wagering. But Miss Kamish, 7-2, my best angle from today at Keeneland. Sunday Scheming as a big filly, daughter of Constitution, and she comes in with good form. She's got Alex Achard in the saddle, and she's currently sitting at odds of 9-2. So another one that wouldn't be a surprise if she's able to run a solid race. She's run well over off dirt conditions in the past, having picking up that second place finish up at Indiana Grand and a race taken off the turf course. But fairly wide open event. You can see the tote board telling you there are about 4 in contention, maybe 5 at the end of the day, with both the 1 and 5 sitting at 4-1. The 7 is the 2-1 favorite, Dutch Treat, the mare for trainer Randy Morris. Good luck with your wagers. This is the second, and we're less than 3 minutes away.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Long Monday. Long Monday out for the lead. A little flyer. Shows early speed. Miss Commish up close to the inside. There goes Miss Commish. Miss Commish starts moving up to challenge Long Monday for the top spot. Dutch Treat goes third to the outside. And then War Eagle's Love hugs the rail back toward the inside and moves up into third. Now to challenge for second, just a length off the lead. A little flyer. He is back in the fifth position. There goes Trendy Nev moving up one spot around the outside of that one. Further back, Sunday Scheming is last. 24.2 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Miss Commish is the leader. Long Monday second on the outside. A half length separate the top two. Dutch Treat goes third to the far outside. 2 lengths off the lead. War Eagle's Love has settled down into the fourth position, a half length. Trendy Nev is in fifth. The little flyer is sixth. And Sunday Scheming, seventh upon the outside, 5 lengths from the front. It was 48.84 seconds for the opening half mile. And here's Long Monday alongside of Miss Commish once again. That's the ongoing battle for the lead. Dutch Treat is stalking them from third. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to War Eagle's Love in fourth to the inside. And then Sunday Scheming, who is up toward the outside now, challenging for that fourth position. A little flyer back toward the rail in fifth around the far turn. And Trendy Nev is still far back. It is Long Monday who's got the lead. Dutch Treat second. A little flyer past the quarter pole is third. A little flyer swings out wide from third to second. Coming after Long Monday, Miss Commish has lost 3 positions and backs up into fourth, and a little flyer has just rolled on off the turn to the lead. A little flyer opening up in the blink of an eye by 6 lengths back to Dutch Treat. Miss Commish tries to rally back up the inside into third, and Long Monday drops back in the stretch at the wire. A little flyer, Thiago Canuto, to win it convincingly. Miss Commish was a long way back in second, followed by Dutch Treat across the line in third.
Third lifetime victory for this daughter of Arch. A little flyer back out to errata ground and back to the winner's circle. Second win in her last 3 starts and an emphatic win at that.
And she loved the surface today, too. She was just skipping over the top of it. Looked like a couple other fillies and mares were struggling with the surface, but she kicks clear in the end to make it easy victory. In the end, it does look like the number 2, Miss Commish, hangs on for second with the number 7, Dutch Treat, to round out the trifecta.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 5, A Little Flyer finished first. 2, Miss Commish was second. 7, Dutch Treat third. Number 1, War Eagle's Love fourth. 5-2-7-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 5, A Little Flyer, owned by Reyes Gutierrez, trained by Ishmael Bahena, Thiago Canuto, the winning jockey. A Little Flyer, a 3-year-old filly by Arch, out of Fun at Heart by Distorted Humor. Winner bred in Kentucky by Tommy Humphreys. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 46.44 seconds. Results are official. 5-2-7-1, the official results for Keeneland's second race. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Main track listed muddy, the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here in the third race. Scratch the 1 Carmichael. Again, scratch the 1 Carmichael. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on this third event. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Fourth race, scratch the 1 She's Stuck Up. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 1, She's Stuck Up. And checking ahead to race 5. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. 2, Into the Sunrise, the jockey, John Velasquez. Main track muddy, turf listed good.
Up to race number 3 as we move into the maiden special weight company. 3 and up at a mile and a 16th, muddy track. And the rain has tapered off, though. It doesn't look like it's raining one bit right now here at Keeneland Racecourse. And just looking out there, I would verify that. As we look at Waxman, Gabby Gaudet, 2-5 right now. Colt by Empire Maker, bred to go this far. Comes out of a live race. In that opener, we showed it this morning on Today at Keeneland. Irad Ortiz Jr. lost his riding crop and went to his goggles as encouragement, just flagging the horse and showing him those goggles. So the reaction from him and keeping the balance was very impressive, and he's a colt that ran second in front of Cody's Wish, who we saw win a maiden special weight at Churchill Downs recently.
He is simply the horse to beat, Scott. He was very that race came up to be very fast at Saratoga. It was at 7 furlongs. Clearly, when Todd Pletcher debuts horses at 7 furlongs, it means that he thinks that they need longer distances, and that's what he gets. And his second career start today, you mentioned how tough it was. Cody's Wish, he got a 92 Beyer speed figure for that victory at Churchill Downs. So overall, even with this post position, which I think is a great post for him, he is simply the horse to beat.
We've both got the 4s. Our second choice, Cool Comedian, a homebred for Blackstone Farm, bred in Pennsylvania. A son of Distorted Humor out of the Langfier First Dam Slews Golden Rule. Ed Vaughn going to add blinkers to this colt, and Distorted Humor's handle off tracks. One of the stallions that's been around for a long time, and his sons and daughters historically do very well on off tracks, and we see it here with this colt. They ran him on a muddy surface at Colonial, and he put together a second place finish, and he's really come on in his last 2 starts. He's improved considerably since his debut at Churchill Downs.
One of his best races was his race 2 back when he was involved in a pretty fast pace. The winner of the race, Hanks, he actually closed in that event. I still think that there's a big gap between Waxman and the rest of this field, but you mentioned Cool Comedian. He could improve on this particular surface with a little moisture in it, and he has some foundation underneath of him, having 3 starts and already gone a mile.
The 3-horse Constitutional Law, my third choice. As we take a look at this son of Tappet, it's been over a year since his debut. Obviously, that's not part of any plan when you're starting a horse's career. But here he is back in against Maiden Special Weight Company with a new barn. He moves on Michael McCarthy's barn. Bridlewood Farm, Darn Alberto, 2 top operations come together with this colt that they bred together. And they add Lasix, he gets blinkers, and he comes in with a series of strong 5/8 workouts at Churchill. I think he should be fit and ready to go here today for this return to races.
Sometimes in the morning it's difficult to get horses race fit, but yes, I do think that those 3 consecutive 5 furlong workouts will help him with his fitness today. And I think it's also encouraging that in his first race, he didn't run a bad race. He wound up finishing 3rd against a decent group. So at least we can see, whether it be off the layoff or a first-time starter, that he can prepare himself to be fit at first asking.
Realm of Law is your third choice, and this is a colt that's in an unfamiliar position. This is the first time that he will not be the favorite. He's run 5 times, beaten favorite in each and every one of those races, as Juddmonte and Chad Brown opt to try this colt by Warfront back on the main track for a second time that he'll run it here at Keeneland on the main track.
He's kind of the horse that I throw in 3rd as a default, Scott. I can't say that I'm too confident in his ability against this group here today, because I can remember when he ran in April at Keeneland, that was a very weak field when it came off the turf, and he still was the beaten favorite that day by Ready to Pounce. So, you know, he had a good trip. He was no match for the winner that day, and I did think that this race actually came up a bit tougher. So I use him in 3rd, but again, I thought there was a big separation between the 6 and the rest of the field.
And that's the case. He's 1-2 right now. Very clear favorite as we are 13 minutes away from the 3rd here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Calumet, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up at 1.16 miles. Main track is muddy. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 1 Carmichael. Number 1 Carmichael is scratched. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on this third race. But double and pick 3 wagering are both featured here, and post time coming up in just 7 minutes. Main track muddy, turf listed good. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the third race, Jose Lopez, the groom for number 6, Waxman. Jose, congratulations.
As you would expect with breedings like this and operations like this that send these runners out, a very good-looking group of young horses here. And Constitutional Law, really like his size and his build. He looks like a runner to me that's going to be able to skip over this muddy track. That's just my observation. We'll see if it pans out. But the colt making his return to races for the first time in 12 months off of a debut at Belmont Park. I like the way that he looks, and many agree. He's 3-1 right now on the tote board. And same with Cool Comedian, colt by Distorted Humor. Blinkers go on. See, very professional type horse. He's been given 2 months since his last race after campaigns through June, July, and August. So we'll see how he responds with that. Currently sitting at odds of 11 to 1. 11 to 1 on the board for the son of Distorted Humor. As we mentioned on the paddock side, Distorted Humor offspring, they do well on the off track. And the one thing that really caught my attention when looking at Waxman, the number 6 horse, who's at 3 to 5, just a very intelligent sort. When he came out, he looked like an absolute pro with Johnny Velasquez. He walked out with the pony. He just looked around, looked at his surroundings, never turned a hair, and he's doing the same thing in his warm-ups. A very classy individual, and it is showing with the way that he is carrying himself here in start number 2 of his career. 5 minutes away from race number 3, maiden special weight, 3 and up at 1.16 miles. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Calumet Julep Cup, at 1 1/16 over the muddy main track. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Waxman out and running from the outside, but Constitutional Law has early speed. Cool Comedian there, and now Realm of Law kicks in. Realm of Law moves up to the inside of Constitutional Law, who goes in the second position around the first turn. Cool Comedian toward the far outside is in third here early on. Preselli's Tail against the rail fourth, and Waxman broke well, but now drops out to last. One lane off the rail, 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, 23.05 seconds. On to the backstretch, Realm of Law, Constitutional Law. They are the top two. Realm of Law leads it 3/4 of a length. Constitutional Law is second by 3.5 lengths up the backstretch. Cool Comedian goes third by 3, and then Waxman just to the outside, moving up 1 position into fourth. And Preselli's Tail now last to the 5. 46.68 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn, Realm of Law leads it against the rail 3/4 of a length. Constitutional Law is still there in second up on the outside. Gap of 5 more lengths to Cool Comedian third. Nearly 5 more back to Waxman. 7 back of that one. Preselli's Tail is last. And midway on the final turn, Realm of Law continues to lead. Realm of Law in front. Opens up here by 3 lengths at the quarter pole. Constitutional Law second by 8 lengths. Waxman is third, but still well back of the leader at the top of the short stretch. They turn for home. Realm of Law, 5-length lead, now out to 6. Back to Constitutional Law, second by 3. Waxman goes third up on the outside, but it's Realm of Law into the final furlong with Waxman going to second. Still 6 lengths separate the top two. Constitutional Law now back to third. Realm of Law, Joel Rosario in front to win it. Waxman second. Constitutional Law across the line in third.
The cleanest horse wins. Realm of Law, the first time that he made it to the front end, boy, did he enjoy it. Just kept on going at odds of 9-5, took some late action as Waxman had a lot of work to do. He ends up running a good race, but he just gave himself too much to do with him being so far back early on. He ends up finishing second, but Realm of Law breaks his maiden in start 6 of his career, the son of Warfront, out of that wonderful stakes-winning filly, Falimbi.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 2, Realm of Law finished first. 6, Waxman was second. 3, Constitutional Law finished third. Number 4, Cool Comedian, fourth. 2, 6, 3, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Calumet, number 2, Realm of Law, owned by Juddmonte of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown. The jockey is Joel Rosario. Realm of Law, 3-year-old son of Warfront out of Falimbi by Mizzen Mast, bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte Farms Incorporated. Mile and 16th over the main track listed muddy, 1 minute 44.89 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 2-6-3-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Realm of Law. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is listed muddy, turf listed good. In the fourth race, scratch the 1, she's stuck up. Scratch the 1, she's stuck up. Race 5, jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. That's race 5, jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. Sixth race has no changes at this time.
Race number 4, 50,000 claimers. They'll be sprinting on the muddy listed main track at 6.5 furlongs. We're going to start with the number 5 horse, and there he is on screen, or she is rather, My Money, daughter of Munnings. Dropping down in class. She caught an off track last time out. Didn't run well, but I think it was more the competition level than anything, Gabby, as she had broke her maiden at Arlington Park. I think the drop down in class is a big plus for this filly, and she's a good price right now, 9-1, as she's very relaxed down in the paddock.
Yeah, she looks like a classy filly there for trainer Wayne Catalano. I did not use her in my top 3. You like her a little bit more than I do, but the drop in class does make her competitive in this spot.
You've got the 6 on top. That is Ship It for Kenny McPeak. She gets Lasix for the first time as she gets saddled up. She, too, broke her maiden on the synthetic, but she broke her maiden on the synthetic up at Turfway Park here in Kentucky.
I have a little bit of a concern that maybe 6.5 furlongs is too short for her. I'm not too concerned about the layoff, just the distance, because she was so far back in her debut at 3/4, and then she got better as the distances got longer. But her class speaks for itself, Scott. Look at her race 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. She lost to Clairiere, who is a Grade 1 winner. She won the Grade 1 Cotillion super quick, won a maiden special weight recently by 10 lengths, and even Will's Secret, the 3rd place finisher in there, would go on to finish 3rd in the Kentucky Oaks. And she was 4th in there, so she has definitely kept some good class lines.
Airborne Gal, the number 4 horse, the current favorite, 9-5 for trainer Ray Handel, owned by Imperial Racing. She was 6-1 on debut, and she blitzed them from post position number 1 at Saratoga in a maiden 50. They're not jumping up in class. They're taking the next step. 50 now, what is a 2 lifetime, but caught some folks by surprise on that debut. What do you make about Airborne Gal, as she makes her second start?
Well, there are some things to like about her. There's some other things to maybe not like about her. I think she'll love the track today. She's by hard spun. Hard spuns have a tendency to love a track with moisture in it. And she also might be the controlling speed in here. My only issue with that race at Saratoga, I went back and looked at the day, and all the dirt races were won either on the lead or near the lead. So it did appear to be a speed bias. And sometimes, you have to consider that, as I don't think that the main track here is necessarily playing that way today.
We'll wrap things up with the number 2 horse in here, Sweet Queen B. She is your 3rd choice, my 3rd choice. Back in for a tag. That's been where she's found her sweet spot. They broke her maiden for 30 here at Keeneland, ran a solid race in Starter Allowance Company, and even her race 2 starts back was not all that bad. She's not quite an A other than filly at this stage of her career, so back in for 50. Hopefully can wake her up for the Phil Simms barn.
That's it. She was 15-1 last time out off of the freshening, and that A other than came up to be pretty tough. So I just think it's a reasonable level for her to drop back down for the 50, although this $50,000 event did not come up very easy. So she will have to kind of give her A-plus effort in order to win today.
13 minutes to post. The number 4, 2-1 right now. Airborne Gal for Ray Handel, looking to stay perfect and go 2 for 2 to kick off her career.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Claiming race for fillies and mares age 3 and up for a price of $50,000, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the one, she's stuck up. Scratch the one, she's stuck up. Main track muddy, turf listed good, post time in 7 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race, Melvin Ruiz, the groom for number 7, Irrepressible. Congratulations, Melvin.
There's a look at the number 4 horse right now, Airborne Gal for Ray Handel. Big stout filly by Hardspun, looking to go 2 for 2. And if you didn't join us this morning on Today at Keeneland, part of the Clocker Report, Clocker pick with this filly, as she's had one local workout here at Keeneland, a 3 furlong breeze in 37 flat. Prior to that, she was up in New York at Belmont Park. So Airborne Gal, 8-5, daughter of Hardspun. As Gabby mentioned, Hardspuns typically do very well on the off track. Ship It is the number 6 horse. Doesn't quite have the size that the 4 horse does, but that's fine because this filly is a distance type that's cutting back in distance, and we'll see how that works out for her as she takes a significant drop down in class here today. Daughter of Midshipman out of a Touch Gold mare. Ship It, 5-2. Great price right now for Kenny McPeak as he's having a wonderful season here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then Irrepressible, we'll round things out with a discussion about this 6-1 shot, taking some action, is the daughter of Into Mischief. She broke her maiden at Prairie Meadows in the mud, going wire to wire, and it wasn't a slowly run race, so perhaps the off-track can move her forward. She broke from an outside draw that day to win at Prairie Meadows, and she's going to be asked to do the same here today. Irrepressible, 6-1 live long shot here in race number 4 with less than 5 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. They are at the post. And they're off. Airborne Gal right out for the early lead. Airborne Gal right to the front of the opening strides. My Money comes away in second. Sweet Queen Bee third to the inside. Ship It fourth up on the outside. Off We Go is away running in the fifth spot. An Irrepressible last of the six. Airborne Gal, the leader, gets next to the rail, opens up on a 3.5 length lead, headed to the far turn. Airborne Gal on top in a three-way shuffle for second. My Money is third, and now taking second up on the far outside around the turn. It's followed by Sweet Queen Bee. Off We Go between horses. Ship It has dropped out near the back of the pack next to last around the turn. Irrepressible is the trailer. 22.2 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Airborne Gal has a 4-length lead around the far turn. Still a three-way battle for the second spot. My Money far outside. Sweet Queen Bee to the inside. And then Off We Go with Ship It trying to join them. Swinging wide from fifth. Still 7 lengths from the lead of Airborne Gal. So Airborne Gal comes to the 8th pole with Ship It trying to run her down from the outside, and My Money third. Off We Go was in fourth. At the 16th pole, Airborne Gal still a 6-length lead. Back to Ship It in second. It is Airborne Gal and Gerardo Corrales moving on for the wire. Ship It will be second. Airborne Gal wins it. Ship It across the line in second. Off We Go was third. My Money was fourth.
Showing the same speed that she did on debut, and she pours it on as she faces winners for the first time. Airborne Gal, she went very fast for the opening quarter, half and three-quarters, stops the teletimer in 1:17 and 1. Daughter of Hard Spun, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale, and a clocker pick from this morning on Today at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 4, Airborne Gal was first. Number 6, Ship It was second. Number 3, Off We Go third. Number 5, My Money was fourth. 4-6-3-5 unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's fourth race, 4635. The official results. The official winner of the fourth, number 4, Airborne Gal, owned by Imperial Racing LLC of Michael Foley, trained by Ray Handel. The winning jockey is Gerardo Corrales. Airborne Gal, a 3-year-old filly by Hard Spun, out of Air Guitar by 5 Star Day. The winner bred in Kentucky by Mountjoy Stables Incorporated and Godolphin. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 17.23 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today we have the honor of introducing the winners of the 6th Annual Thoroughbred Industry Employee Award, sponsored by Godolphin. In addition to Godolphin, these awards could not have been possible without the unwavering support of the National HBPA, the Jockey Club, the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association, Breeders' Cup, and Keeneland. These awards recognize the hard work and contributions of those individuals who work behind the scenes on the farms and in the stables across America to take care of our nation's thoroughbreds. Without their tireless efforts, we would not have the opportunity to enjoy these equine athletes that mean so much to so many. This year's winners are the Newcomer Award, sponsored by the New York Racing Association, Olivia Desch. Support Services, sponsored by I Am Horse Racing, Brenda Wilhelm. The Catherine McKee Administration Award, sponsored by Keeneland, Kelsey Marshall. The Dedication to Breeding Award, sponsored by Hallway Feeds, Calvin Smith. The Dedication to Racing Award, sponsored by the NTRA, Loretta Lindemann. The Leadership Award, sponsored by Hagyard Equine, Robert Turner. And the Dr. J. David Doc Richardson Community Award, Nicholas Karras. Congratulations to all. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. The main track is listed muddy, the turf listed good, the rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Double and pick 3 wagering. This is also the start of the pick 6, no carryover. And this is also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In this 5th race, a reminder, the jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. John Velasquez rides number 2, Into the Sunrise. Looking ahead, no changes in race 6. No changes to report at the 7th. 8th race, scratch number 8, La Turista. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, La Turista. Race 9, the featured Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, scratch number 9, LZ, and scratch the 11, Signify. That's in the featured 9th race, scratch number 9, LZ, and scratch the 11, Signify. No changes at this time in race 10. Main track muddy, turf good.
First turf race of the afternoon, first of 3 turf races, which means this race does start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. It concludes with today's feature, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. That's race number 9 on this 10-race card. Into the Sunrise, Johnny Velasquez, the rider change on this son of Into Mischief, is the favorite and the one to beat. Both Gabby and I have him as our top selections. Comes out of the Franklin Simpson at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5, but shortens up here today, and that's a big plus for this 3-year-old gelding. It just got to him, the 6.5. 6.5 is a much different setup at Kentucky Downs, and we'll see if he's able to respond with the return to 5.5. He won a stakes race at Ellis on the 4th of July and followed that up with a strong run up at Saratoga in the Mahoney Stakes. So again, Johnny Velasquez, rider change aboard this Keeneland September sales graduate as he looks for his 4th win in his career and his first here at Keeneland on this turf course, which is listed as good. The number 6 horse is where I go to next. That is City Drifter for trainer Chris Davis. 6-1, not a bad price, and this colt has figured out how to win. He's won 6 times here in 2021. This will be his 12th career start, or 12th start, I should say, this year, 14th career start overall. But the light bulb really has gone on with the move up to Chicago. Now, he comes obviously down here to Kentucky, and he has raced here in the past, but he just has come on so well in his recent starts. He's handled firm going, good going, yielding going, so nothing seems to matter as far as the turf condition is concerned. Jose Lopez is back in the saddle, looking for 4 wins in a row with this sophomore son of Temple City, and I expect him to lay just off the pace and try to make a run at him. He certainly is a contender based on the year that he is having. And then finally, I'll go down to the inside, the one Bodenheimer for Valerie Lund. This is a Washington-bred colt by Attaboy Roy, who was able to dash away from him last fall here at Keeneland in the Indian Summer, going wire to wire. He's not won since. That's the concern. But perhaps coming back here to Keeneland, I'm sure they would have preferred firmer turf to deal with here today. We did get the rain over the course of the afternoon, which downgraded the turf from firm to good. But as Gabby was making the point this morning on Today at Keeneland, they've run him too far in his last 3 starts. So back to sprinting, down on the inside. The game plan has to be what has worked in the past. Just try to blitz him from that inside post, and we'll see if he's able to pick off this victory, having been a stakes winner here in a cleverly written allowance race. 3 and up, 3-year-olds rather, straight 3-year-olds, which have not won a graded stakes race on the turf courts. That's how a horse like Bodenheimer qualifies to run in here, because his win in the Indian Summer, a listed stake, not a graded stake. Good race coming up. Starts the pick 6, starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Once again, that sequence, this race, race 5, 7, and 9, concluding with the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Rose Glade, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. The rail set at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of the pick 6, no carryover, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. A reminder, the jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise, John Velasquez. John Velasquez, the jockey for the 2, Into the Sunrise. Post time at 7 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Basilio Corona. The groom for number 3, Ricochet. Basilio, congratulations.
Horses on the track warming up for this 5th race. Start of the all-turf pick 3. Also start of the pick 6, the favorite, Into the Sunrise. He really did perk up when he came out onto the track. All positive signs when taking a look at this son of Into Mischief, Gabby. And this is your best angle of the day as he sits at 4-5.
Yes, a win is a win, Scott. I know we're not going to break the bank and getting a 4-5 shot home, but I do think you could make money underneath in the exacta. We'll talk more about other horses like that in just a minute. But Into the Sunrise, I think he just went a little bit too far last time out. So shortening up to the 5.5 furlongs, and the fact that he might be controlling speed makes him ultra dangerous under Johnny V.
I think you got to watch out for the full horse in here. He's 7-2 right now. And it goes 2 starts back. His first try and only try on turf, he was one of the favorites for the race in which Into the Sunrise won. He just was not fast away from the gate. But he comes from a family, a female family, that has produced a turf winner. And he's being played down to 7-2. This is some interesting action. This horse looks live to me just looking at the tote board and referencing that only turf try that he's had.
He looks great. I won't deny that. I just don't like the fact that he didn't get out of the gate in his lone turf start. And Scott, sometimes when we see horses that are cutting back in distance, which he is doing from 7/8 to 5.5 furlongs today, takes a little bit of gate speed out of them too. So he just can't afford to do it. But look, he's 7-2. Like you said, he's taking sneaky action.
And City Drifter, another one that looks good. He's certainly fit. He's run 11 times this year. He's won over half of those starts. And a very straightforward sort. It's just the question for him, we know he's got ability. It's just, is that ability going to be enough to transfer here to Keeneland racing? Chicago racing is fine in the summertime at Arlington Park, but this is a much different competition level than what he's been facing in those 3 consecutive victories.
And he might be dealt the tough task of chasing the pace, chasing better horses like Into the Sunrise, Scott. And a lot of the time when you think of a pace scenario and how it kind of unfolds and develops, I like horses that are making that last move into the pace, not necessarily chasing better horses. So he might be up against it.
Good race coming up. Wesley Ward's got the one to beat, the number 2 at 4-5. There's a look at Bodenheimer, 11-1. Can he come back to what we saw from him last year? And as you mentioned on Today at Keeneland, you think that this return to 5.5 furlongs will bring out the best in Bodenheimer?
I want every bit of this horse at 11-1, Scott. It would be a different conversation if we were talking about 4-1 or 5-1, but he's double-digit odds, and he does not deserve to be that high right now because of the fact that he hasn't been able to do what he does best recently, and that's sprint on the turf. Kentucky Downs at 6.5 furlongs placed truer to a mile. It was too far for him. Now shortening up to 5.5. He has speed on the rail. I would use this horse in the exacta underneath the 2.
3 minutes to get those wagers in race number 5 here on the Friday card at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Rose Glade, start of the Pick 6, and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Mamba on 3 comes out for the lead. Into the Sunrise. Kicks in down to the inside. Into the Sunrise. Now moves up and takes the advantage. Mamba on 3 goes second. Barrister Tom third between that pair. Bodenheimer is fourth and scooting up the rail now to challenge for third. City Drifter is fifth up on the outside. Bob's Edge is sixth between horses. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Ricochet, who is last as the field heads for the far turn. Into the Sunrise leads it by 3/4 of a length. Mamba on 3 is second on the outside. 22.25 seconds for the opening quarter. Bodenheimer against the rail in third. City Drifter is a wide fourth around the far turn. Barrister Tom fifth between horses, now taking fourth but still 6 lengths from the front. Into the Sunrise, a narrow lead off the far turn. Mamba on 3 comes after. Into the Sunrise again on the outside. City Drifter is third, still 3 lengths off the front pair, but trying to catch up as they move to the final furlong. Bob's Edge running late down the center of the course. City Drifter, Bob's Edge. City Drifter, Bob's Edge. City Drifter, Bob's Edge. Bob's Edge moving on the outside outside for Adam Beschizza to win it. Bob's Edge home on top. City Drifter was home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth.
Well, the race turns over as the speed was there as expected, but the favorite starts to come back to him with Johnny Velasquez in the saddle into the sunrise. And much like Bob's Edge on his turf debut, he was not quick away from the gate, but boy, did he have some strong finish over this good listed turf course here today.
It did not matter. The pace completely fell apart here as the 4 Bob's Edge took some action today, actually wound up going off at 6-1, and the number 6, City Drifter, finishing second at 5-1. The favorite out of the top 2. This race did kick off that all-turf pick 3. If you had this winner, you might get paid pretty nicely if you make it to the end of it. 4-6 unofficially for race 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 4, Bob's Edge finished first. Number 6, City Drifter was second. Number 7, Mamba on 3 was third. Number 3, Ricochet finished fourth. 4-6-7-3 unofficial. Race 5, results official, 4-6-7-3. The official results, Keeneland's 5th race. Official winner of race 5, the Roseglade, number 4, Bob's Edge, owned by Michael and Patricia Freeney and Jennifer Grayson Taylor. Larry Jones, the trainer. Adam Beschizza, the winning jockey. Bob's Edge, a 3-year-old gelded son of Competitive Edge, out of Catechus by Bluegrass Cat, bred in Kentucky by West Wind Farms. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 3.67 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Rose Glade Trophy presentation to the connections of Bob's Edge. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Moving on to the 6th race, this will start the late pick 5. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured here. Main track is listed muddy. The turf is listed good. No changes in the 6th race. 7th race, likewise, has no changes at this time. 8th race, scratch number 8, La Turista. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, La Turista. Featured 9th race, the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. A reminder, scratch 9, LZ, and scratch 11, Signify. Again, scratch 9, LZ, and scratch 11, Signify. 10th and final race has no changes at this time.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
We move on to race number 6 on this 10-race card, and this 6th event, maiden 50 claimers, going 6 furlongs. 2-year-old fillies will be taking center stage here. This race does start the late pick 5, and we're looking at the 8 horse right now in this 6th race. The 8, both Gabby and I's top selection. That is A Slice of Pie. Nicely bred filly, debuts here for a tag of $50,000 out of the Eddie Keneally barn, but comes from a family of winners, Gabby, and comes from a family of plenty of 2-year-old winners.
Yes, and was a purchase as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale for $115,000. A filly by Mastery, who stands for $25,000. So always a good sign there. But Eddie Keneally, Scott, I went back and forth between several horses in here, and ultimately why I decided on this horse was because Eddie Keneally, with 2-year-old maiden claiming first-time starters on the dirt, he wins at 18%. Maiden claimers, just in general, 24%. Both angles are positive ROIs. So this is kind of a strong suit for Eddie Keneally, and I like the post position. I think that's also very important.
Drawn furthest to the outside, a little slice of pie. Then we go to another first-time starter, Scenic View, homebred for Gary and Mary West, as they are aggressive in this spotting. Brad Cox in the midst of a battle as far as the training title is concerned here at Keeneland, so should be fit and ready. Has had plenty of workouts since the summer months, and it looks like a race that you've got to look towards the first-time starters and hope that they can come with it.
And not to mention, the main track is muddy, and sons and daughters of Street Sense have a tendency to like these types of track conditions. In fact, she actually has had some experience on it in the morning right here at Keeneland. You can see her workout on the 3rd of October. She went 102-2 for 5 furlongs over a muddy track. So a daughter of Street Sense, and also hard spun on the bottom side, Scott. We know they love the slop and muddy tracks as well.
Mrs. Nushi is drawing the rail. Larry Jones, Adam Beschizza looking for back-to-back wins on the card. At Price's just had a 6-1 winner, and this is a filly that sits at 5-1. Her debut was the better of the 2 races. They tried her on the grass course last time out. She's had a workout at Churchill Downs on an off-track most recently, just an easy 102 flat work. But down on the inside, that's the one thing that she's going to have to overcome. But the drop in class, you always have to pay attention to horses dropping in for a tag for the first time, which she is.
Especially dropping from that debut race, as you mentioned, at Ellis Park, going against Maiden Special Weight Company. That day she did break mid-pack. She had a pretty decent trip overall, so that's going to be one of her biggest obstacles is the rail draw today, because, Scott, I don't see her having shown much gate speed, which could be a problem with that rail draw.
It's late pick 5 time. Stakes race still to come. Race 9, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, that grade 3 event. Good luck with your wagers. 16 minutes before the start of the late pick 5, which begins here with race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, a maiden claiming event for 2-year-old fillies with a claiming price of $50,000. 6 furlongs over the main track, which is listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and the start of the late pick 5. Main track muddy, turf listed good, no changes in race 6. Post time at 6 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the 6th race, Vicente Martinez, the groom for number 3, Big Bugs Girl. Congratulations.
There is a look at the number 2 horse, Masterful Mistress, warming up on the track with Jimmy Graham. Just had a chance to speak to her trainer, Steve Manley, and he said to me, quote, "If she doesn't run well, I would be very disappointed." He really has liked the way that she has trained as of late with adding the blinkers. She's had the blinkers on in her training. She takes the ship down from the FanDuel Sportsbook and Racing just outside of St. Louis on the Illinois side. So high expectations from these connections, and we wish John Maroney and Patrick Maroney coming in from St. Louis at their best of luck here today as they tackle this Keeneland group. So Masterful Mistress, the trainer, is very high on the way that she is doing, and obviously the way that she's acting, positive signs there. Their Scenic View with Florent Giroux and Brad Cox, always a stout team when these come together, and especially when you're carrying the black and pink silks of Gary and Mary West. They always have nice runners. Daughter of Street Sense, you've got that hard spun on the dam side, so pedigree for the off track here with a first-time starter at odds of 3-1. There's the number 7 horse because of the Brave for Kenny McPeak. Kenny being aggressive again. We're seeing this for a second time today, dropping horses in class, contending for that training title. He sends this one forward for Victory Stables. She didn't run all that much at a big price of 20-1 on debut at Churchill. But McPeak runners, second time in their careers, second race in their careers, win 17% of the time. We are 4 minutes away from race number 6, 2-year-old maiden fillies sprinting on the main track. And don't forget, this does start the late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Call Me Penny. Quick into stride. Masterful Mistress has early speed down to the inside. Murgatroyd comes away running in the 3rd position. Here's Masterful Mistress moving up the rail now to put ahead in front. Call Me Penny goes second, a length and a half. Murgatroyd 3rd. Mrs. Nushi close up 4th down toward the inside. Scenic View is in 5th position here early. A lane off the rail, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Because of the Brave looks down toward the inside in 6th, moves up within 5 lengths of the leader as well around the far turn, and then further back a Little Slice of Pie is next to last. Big Bugs Girl trails 22.66 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Call Me Penny from the outside leads it by a neck. Murgatroyd far outside, and Masterful Mistress fights on toward the inside. Mrs. Nushi behind that front threesome is in 4th position, switching to the outside now. Mrs. Nushi and Because of the Brave and Scenic View are all trying to get on track from the outside, but they've got to catch Murgatroyd. Murgatroyd has the advantage. Murgatroyd by 2.5 lengths. Mrs. Nushi is still second. The rest still far back behind Murgatroyd at the 16th pole. Mrs. Nushi, a final try. 2 lengths, though, between them. Murgatroyd to win it. Murgatroyd pulls the upset for Javier Padron Barcenas, and Mrs. Nushi across the line in second.
In her 7th start as a 2-year-old filly, Murgatroyd dashes away from him in the off-track here today. She'd never seen this sort of conditions, but boy, did she take to it out of the Adolfo Macias barn.
A lot of horses in here did not show up, but she certainly did. She showed good early gate speed. She was part of that 3-way battle trying to establish the early position, and she still managed to hang on for the win. If you had her, 17-1, nice little payday.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 6, Murgatroyd, first. Number 1, Mrs. Nushi, second. Number 7, Because of the Brave, third. Number 4, Call Me Penny, fourth. 6174, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, number 6, Murgatroyd, owned by William J. Pribble, trained by Adolfo Macias, Javier Padron Barcenas, the winning jockey. Murgatroyd, a 2-year-old filly by Brody's Cause, out of What a Lily by Vindication. Winner bred in Kentucky by Icona Farm and Troxel Farm, LLC. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed muddy, 1 minute 13.13 seconds. Sixth race results official, 6174, the official results for Keeneland's sixth race. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Lane's End, 2 lucky students are taking home $10,000 each in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Kyle Hampton from the University of Louisville and Erica McKind from Kentucky State University. They are accompanied by Lane's End Representative Andy Farish Day, Farm Tour and Hospitality Manager. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and this is also the start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet. No changes in the 7th race. 8th race, a reminder, scratch number 8, La Turista. 8th race, scratch the 8, La Turista. Featured 9th race, Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. Scratch the 9, LZ, and scratch 11, Signify. Again, scratch the 9, LZ, and scratch 11, Signify. 10th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 7, high quality, third level allowance, 3 other than allowance race on the turf course at a mile and a 16th. Quality group of stakes type fillies and mares. And do keep in mind this race does start the late pick 4, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by TVG. Gabby, I've always been a fan of Joy Epifora. She always seems to show up. She's a 3-time winner from 19 starts. It's been some time, I understand that, since she's visited the winner's circle. But she exits 2 of the better turf races for distance mares on the grass at Arlington Park. She was second behind Naval Laughter in the Modesty. Naval Laughter ran okay yesterday, I will admit that. But this mare ran pretty big against Santa Barbara and Mean Mary and Lamista. She was 4th in the Grade 1 Beverly D behind those top quality mares. So I think that she'll bounce back given the conditions she's dealing with here today. And we've seen her run big races with over turf courses with some giving him. And Jimmy Graham gets the call back again. She's 5-1 right now on the board for Ignacio Correas IV.
She does always show up, but she did not win, though, this year. She, in 7 starts, she did not win in 2020 and 4 starts either, but she is always right there in the end. And, Scott, one thing to keep in mind about this race, the turf is listed as good. It was downgraded from firm earlier today, and there are some horses in here that don't handle a soft turf course, but you can't really say that about her. So I think she has to kind of move up in your book if considering the turf conditions right now.
You're going to go to the rail filly. That is Winter Sunset, arguably that comes from the best family. I mean, there's some well-bred horses in here, but this is from the Phillips family, daughter of Winter Memories, Memories of Silver, part of that female family, and a mare that it's much like Joy Epifora, it's been some time since she's visited the winner's circle. You have to go back to her 3-year-old season when she won the Indiana Grand Stakes, but she's had starts and stops in her campaign since then.
And we can see the number 3 Breeze Rider acting up a little bit in front of her, but Winter Sunset just classy. Oh, as soon as I say classy as ever, she started to act up a bit, but she is a classy mare. You can't miss her. Winter Sunset, once again, my top pick. I just wonder whether or not she'll be able to handle the turf course, but I like her stretching out to a mile and a 16th here today. And I actually think she does her best running when she can be a little bit forwardly placed. So under Florent Drew, I think he'll put her in the right type of position. And her race here in the spring was very good, finishing second to Daddy is a Legend.
I'm going to take a shot with the 3 as my second choice. Another one for Steve Manley this afternoon. His filly didn't run bad in that last race. She just got past late after she was part of the pace. But this is a filly that likes to sit forward. She likes the grass course, likes them giving it. And I'm not surprised that they're making the ship from FanDuel Sportsbook and Racing just outside of St. Louis for this perhaps final race of the year for her as we wind down our significant turf races for the fall.
She's, because of the fact that she was claimed for $15,000, that's made her eligible for, some starter races. At one point, she ran for $16,000, but she's slowly been climbing up the ladder. In fact, she's won a 2 other than allowance race. She's been competitive against Stakes Company, too. She is a filly that's just been in really good form right now, Scott. And although she is a front runner, I don't necessarily think she needs the lead. She actually has a little bit of versatility to her running style.
You've got Enola Gay as your next selection here in this race. That's the 7 filly, daughter of Uncle Mo, bred by the Allen stable. Shug McGahee comes off of a win at Colonial, and we saw Shug with a Colonial Invader coming off of Colonial form win just, I believe it was yesterday, within the last 2 days. So this form has transferred for this barn.
And I think the mile is the best distance for her. So a mile and a 16th might be a little far. She did win the Grade 2 Appalachian here last year at Keeneland. I would have preferred the mile for her, and I would have preferred a firm course. Again, we handicap these races days in advance, Scott, and I got to state the obvious that her worst 2 races on form were on good listed turf courses, so that's obviously a concern.
Let's finally wrap things up with Curly Ruth for the Green Lantern Stables. Well-bred filly they bought at the September sale in 2018 here at Keeneland by the champion Curlin out of the stakes-winning First Dam Rutharian. She cleared that second-level allowance condition last time out at odds of 10-1. She's a filly that I don't think has to have the lead, but she took to that firm going. Maybe she sits from further off of it, and you got Adam Beschizza in the saddle for Eddie Keneally. She's one that certainly should be able to outrun her odds of 11-1.
I think so too. That one race too starts back at Ellis Park when she ran against the likes of Market Rumor and Alta's Award. It wasn't a bad race, and it wasn't that fast of a pace. I think now today she gets a little bit more pace to close into. She's well posted to the inside for maybe a patient closing trip. Carly Ruth, Scott, I truly believe that there are several horses in here that could win this race. I thought this was one of the more competitive races on today's program.
It's a good one, that is for sure, and it does start the late pick 4 here today, Keeneland.
Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 8, Whimsical Muse. Again, your attention, please. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 8, Whimsical Muse. Scratch by the veterinarian. Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mulholland Springs, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th on the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. A reminder, scratch 8 Whimsical Muse. Scratch the 8 Whimsical Muse. Turf is listed good. Main track is listed muddy. Post time in 7 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Jose Lopez, the groom for number 1 Winter Sunset. Jose, congratulations.
Easy to say, she will be very easy to find out there on the course. That is Winter Sunset, the almost white mare by Tappet out of the First Dam Winter Memories, coming off of a 5-month layoff. Wayne Catalano says that she's doing as good as she ever has, but he also admitted that she's maybe only about 80% ready off of this 5-month layoff. So 9-1 on the board. She's taking some play. We'll see how she handles this. And don't forget this pick 4 pool over $212,000 right now. Let's go to Bacchanalia, the number 4 horse, showing really nice energy on the course. The daughter of Union Rags, making her first start away from the Chad Brown operation. She was speedy in her last couple of starts, got caught on the wire. We'll see what tactics they employ here today. She's a filly that won a couple of races coming from off the pace. In fact, all 3 of her starts have been when she settled off and finished. So at 19-1, just like the way that she was acting out there as we're 5 minutes away from post time. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Enola Gay. She looks like a light filly. I think that these this course right now listed as good is not going to be an issue for her whatsoever. And a reminder, this is Tom Leach's pick of the day, searching for prices, and he's getting one here, 5-1 on Enola Gay. As we're 4 minutes away from the start of the late pick for the pool, now over the guarantee, over $220,000, presented by TVG.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mulholland Springs, start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG, with a pool now reaching $266,000. They are at the post. And they're off. Here goes Winter Sunset from the inside. Here comes Sweet Melania from in between horses, and also Breeze Rider. Winter Sunset has the early lead. Breeze Rider, a lane off the rail, second. Sweet Melania, third. Curly Ruth is away running in fourth. Bacchanalia, fifth up on the outside. Market Rumor will be 3 wide to the turn. And in the sixth position, Joy Epifora is seventh. And then Good Fight is eighth toward the inside. Enola Gay is next to last here early on. And Alta's Award trails. Opening quarter, 23.19 seconds. Winter Sunset, the leader. Winter Sunset onto the backstretch, leads it by 2.5 lengths. Breeze Rider second, 1.5 lengths to Sweet Melania, who's third by 3/4 of a length. Curly Ruth is fourth against the rail, then a gap of nearly 3 more lengths back to Bacchanalia, who travels along in the fifth position. Midpoint of the backstretch. Opening half mile went in 46.92 seconds. Joy Epifora is still running 9 lengths off the lead at this point. Market Rumor to her outside. Further back, Good Fight. Enola Gay next to last. Alta's Award trails. Into the far turn they go. Winter Sunset with Breeze Rider now trying to draw alongside, and Sweet Melania to the extreme outside. 3 lanes off the rail in third. 2 lengths off the lead, but trying to move up around the far turn. Curly Ruth is down toward the inside fourth, but she's 5 lengths from the lead. 1/4 mile to go. Winter Sunset is the leader by a length. Breeze Rider second, 1/2 length. Sweet Melania third, and still trying to get untracked up on the outside. Market Rumor has gone to fourth. Joy Epifora fifth. Curly Ruth is there in sixth. Sweet Melania right alongside Breeze Rider. Market Rumor on the far outside is still back in third. Here's Breeze Rider fighting back to the inside. Sweet Melania right there. Curly Ruth goes to third. Sweet Melania, Breeze Rider, Curly Ruth trying to get there. Curly Ruth coming after the top two. Curly Ruth and Adam Beschitza up in time to win it by 3/4 of a length. Close for second, either Breeze Rider or Sweet Melania for that runner-up spot.
The Keeneland sales graduate picks up her first win here at Keeneland. Curly Ruth picking them up late as there was quite the battle going on between the 3-horse Breeze Rider, who ran a giant race, along with Sweet Melania. They're in that duel right now, but here comes the number 2 horse over the top, Curly Ruth, daughter of Curlin, from that wonderful race filly, Rutharian, to get the victory at odds of 8-1.
Photo for play sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 2, Curly Ruth was first. Number 5, Sweet Melania second. Number 3, Breeze Rider third. Number 11, Market Rumor fourth. 2, 5, 3, 11, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 2:53:11, the official results. Official winner of race 7 at Keeneland, the Mulholland Springs, 2, Curly Ruth. Owned by the Green Lantern Stables, LLC of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally. 2 wins on the turf today for Adam Beschitza. Curly Ruth, a 4-year-old filly by Curlin, out of Rutharian by Pulpit, bred in Kentucky by Pace and Stud Incorporated. Keeneland Sales Grad gets the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.01 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mulholland Springs Trophy presentation to the connections of Curly Ruth. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Main track listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. A reminder, scratch 8 La Turista. Scratch the 8 La Turista. Featured 9th race, the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Scratch the 9 LZ. Scratch the 11 Signify. That's the featured 9th. Scratch number 9 LZ and scratch the 11 Signify. 10th and final race has no changes at this time. Main track muddy, turf listed good.
Got a light rain that has returned back here to Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for race number 8. Begins the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon. And I'm going to go with the favorite, the 5-horse Silver Strand, who's odds on 3-5 right now. Gabby, for trainer Bill Mott. A filly by Frosted, who's 1-for-1. She handled the off conditions. That turned out to be an ultra-live race with a couple of next-out winners in the second and third place finishers. So if she can run back to that debut at Saratoga back in late August, I think she'll be awful tough, and the tote board reflects it.
She will be tough. This is always one of the toughest tests, though. A horse that wins first time out and then second start has to face first level allowance company. It is really a class test here, but she might be just good enough to prevail here. You mentioned a couple of next out winners. The second place finisher came back to win by 11 lengths at Belmont. The third place finisher came back to win by 7 lengths at Churchill Downs. And even the fourth place finisher came back to win a maiden special weight at Belmont. So yeah, I often overuse the term key race, but that in definition is a key race.
We go to the 2 horses. Our second choice is Center Isle for Paulo Lobo. She's already stakes placed, multiple graded stakes placed, daughter of Into Mischief, and Mr. Larry Best sends her to Paulo Lobo, where she's been training out here at the trackside, or excuse me, the Keeneland Training Center. And if she can come back in the form that we saw from her last year, she'll be tough. But the question is, how far back will she be? Can she lay close and be effective today?
I think she can, especially at 7 furlongs and off the layoff. My biggest concern with her is the 7 furlongs off the layoff with an inside draw, because when she did run at 6.5 furlongs before, she was actually forwardly placed in those races, Scott. So I think that's probably her biggest thing to overcome, and whether or not she is the same horse she was when we saw her last. But clearly something went awry for her to lose as the heavy favorite last time out. She was shelved for a while, and we'll just see what she's made of in her 4-year-old debut.
You've got Fabricate on top. She's 7-1 right now. She's my third choice. I'm taking the approach of getting away from Charlestown. They went over there, they took their shot in the Grade 3 Charlestown Oaks around the bull ring, a 2-turn setup for 7 furlongs. Now she's back to 1 turning and should be a more effective with the late kick. It's tough to kick on late at Charlestown going 7 furlongs. You need speed to be effective around that bull ring.
I don't think she liked anything about Charlestown. I really don't. I don't think she liked the configuration, the bull ring, the fact that the 7/8 was 2 turns. It was also a very tough race, and she had trouble. So I really think you can just draw a line through that. She comes back to a more conventional dirt course, and if you look at her performance at Ellis Park, even Churchill, some of those races were quite good. And if Silver Strand isn't the legitimate filly that she showed in her debut, I do think that the pace could potentially collapse in favor of Fabricate.
Coming up on post time for race number 8, 14 minutes to post to get those wagers in.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Chesapeake Farm, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 7 furlongs over the main track listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is muddy, turf listed good. In this 8th race, scratch the 8 La Turista. Scratch number 8 La Turista. 7 minutes to post. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Francisco Martinez, the groom for number 3, Rock's Princess. Francisco, congratulations.
Here's a filly codenamed Kate, the number 7 horse, who's hovering between 5-1 and 9-2. Chris Hartman, her trainer, just telling me that she's doing as good as she ever has. And you look at her past performances, she has put together 2 bullet workouts coming into this race, 5 furlongs in 58-2 and 58-4. You rarely see a horse work that fast in the morning, and he said they've even tried to slow her down in those workouts, but they have been unable to. He said that she is doing lights out, so you have to pay attention to this filly. 5-1 on the board right now with all of the action going towards Silver Strand. He did say that the unknown is obviously the muddy track and how she's going to handle these conditions, but she could not be doing better than what she is in her training as she gets set for her Keeneland debut. There's Fabricate, the number 4 horse, with filly that we talked about for Ian Wilkes, getting away from Charlestown off of that grade 3 try. Not much was expected of her as far as the tote was concerned, the wagering is concerned. 30-1 that day, but a little bit more action here today. She'll be closing if she's effective here and pulling off a mild upset from off the pace if she can get back to some of the previous form we've seen from her around the one-turn scenarios. And then center aisle, there's the 2 horse. She looks fit and ready off the 10-month layoff. Daughter of Into Mischief. Larry Best really gravitates towards sons and daughters of Into Mischief, and rightfully so. They are stone-cold runners. And this filly already with stakes placing. We'll see how she handles this here today out of the new barn and the new regimen of Paulo Lobo. Race number 8, 7 furlongs the distance. It's going to take a good one to win this, and there are some good fillies in here.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Chesapeake Farm. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Center Isle for the lead from the inside. Duplicitous has early speed as well, but Center Isle moves up for the lead as they head on to the back stretch. Duplicitous draws alongside once again from second here in the early going. Codename Kate out in the center of the track is third. Silver Strand is in between horses in fourth. Jerry B is fifth toward the inside. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Fabricate, who moves up one spot from last around the outside of Rock's Princess, who's the trailer. Center Isle is the leader. Center Isle has the advantage by 2 lengths. They line up 4 across the track, contesting second. Jerry B up the inside. Silver Strand, a lane off the rail between horses. And then Duplicitous, who is placed toward the outside. And Codename Kate, who's 4 wide onto the far turn, 3 lengths off the lead. It was 22.71 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Center Isle the leader, and Center Isle leads by 3 lengths to Codename Kate, who's second by a head. Jerry B third. Silver Strand has lost ground around the far turn and is toward the back of the pack, nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Center Isle leads Jerry B by 2 lengths. Jerry B takes to the outside. Center Isle the leader to the final furlong. Fabricate runs down the center of the track along with Rock's Princess. Fabricate, Rock's Princess running out of time though. Center Isle the leader. Center Isle tough past the 16th pole, fending off Jerry B, Fabricate, and Rock's Princess. Center Isle Joel Rosario to win it. Jerry B was home second, Fabricate third, and Rock's Princess settled for fourth.
Speed is always effective in dirt racing and especially effective in conditions like this. And Center Isle, off of a 10-month layoff, comes back into the form that we saw from her last year at the age of 3 when she was graded stakes placed and even had more speed than when we saw her last in racing or really at any point in time. 5-2, a big well done to Paulo Lobo, getting this filly ready off the layoff for Mr. Larry Bess and his OXO equine. Onward and upward for the daughter of Into Mischief, Center Isle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 2, Center Isle, finished first. Number 1, Jerry B, was second. Number 4, Fabricate, was third. Number 3, Rock's Princess, was fourth. 2-1-4-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Chesapeake Farm, 2, Center Isle. Center Isle, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best. Paulo Lobo, the trainer. 2 wins today for jockey Joel Rosario. Center Isle, a 4-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of specification by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Breffney Farm. Keeneland sales grad gets 7 furlongs over the main track listed muddy, 1 minute 23.36 seconds. Race 8, results official. 2-1-4-3, the official results. And the trophy presentation for the Chesapeake Farm to the connections of Center Isle. Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming, 25th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, Grade 3. Turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 9 LZ and scratch 11 Signify. Scratch the 9 LZ and scratch 11 Signify. Again, the turf listed good. 10th and final race has no changes at this time.
Race number 9, our Friday feature, the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course, listed as good for fillies and mares 3 and up. And there's a look at Campanelli, the mighty filly by Kodiak for Stone Street Stables. Group 1 winner, multiple Group 1 winner overseas. 2-time Royal Ascot winner, won the Queen Mary Stakes at the age of 2 after breaking her maiden at Gulfstream Park on debut. Would win the Prix Morny, and this year winner of the Grade 1 Commonwealth Cup. And Gabby, we can give her a pass for that last race because what happened with her as she left the starting gate?
She popped out of the gate, Scott. She absolutely reared up and actually hit Frankie Dettori in his face. I read a quote by Frankie Dettori after the race, and he said that he was momentarily dazed, and he kind of blamed it on the fact that she didn't have a pony. She normally has a pony that takes her to the gate. She normally has a handler when she's in the stalls. She didn't have that either. So these are some of the things that you're going to expect for today. She'll have a pony, she'll have a handler in the gate, and hopefully she can behave herself. But Scott, one other thing that I'm noticing is that run-out blinker. I don't recall her ever wearing that. And Frankie also did say in this quote that I read that she was starting to get out in her last race. It could have just been because she was already keyed up, but that's a very interesting equipment change.
Well, it's something we'll be getting to the bottom of when we speak to Wesley in just a few moments. Let's go to the 12, though. Change of control, your top selection. She's a stakes winner here at Keeneland. They gave it a go in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile. Too far, too tough, whatever it is. She wasn't as effective as she had been in her previous turf sprints.
No, she needs shorter distances. I think 5.5 furlongs is her sweet spot. She didn't want to go the mile in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile last time out. It was also an incredibly difficult race. But her performance in the Royal North, I thought, was very good. She kept on grinding. She is a gritty mare. She'll have to work out a trip from the outside post, but I'll take my chances at 8-1.
Let's move over to the one horse. Obviously draws the rail today. That is She's So Special for Wayne Catalano, a filly that has run some big races over the course of her career as we see her rearing up and luckily getting back down on the ground. So some of these fillies feeling good down here in the cooler weather. But Flavian Pratt has ridden this filly before and ridden her to victories at Santa Anita, including a stakes win in the Desert Code. She transitions out here to Wayne's operation via Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. But I think that she's a filly that's ripe for a bounce back, also with the cutback in distance.
Right, it's the cutback in distance for her. She's a filly that just has been going a little bit too far. I just wonder if she'll be able to handle the course conditions today, Scott. Looks like her best running is on a very firm turf course.
In Good Spirits is who you'll close out your top 3 with. She was a Grade 3 winner at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5. She's won at this distance as well. A very consistent filly by Ghost Sapper out of the Alstall barn.
She beat many of the other fillies that she's going to face once again today. Catch a Bid, Lagathera as well. And she, watching that replay, she legitimately won. She had an outside draw. She was much the best. Other horses had good trips in there. So I just thought that was a tough race that several individuals come out of, and she was a clear-cut winner in there. So why not use her in the top 3?
Very good renewal of the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. Campanelli, the even money favorite, will be carrying the Stone Street Gold and Maroon in just a few moments.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 25th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes, a Grade 3 for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. The rail set at 10 feet. Scratch the 9 LZ and scratch 11 Signify. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, 8 minutes to post. Now the post parade for the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. Number 1, She's So Special, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 2, Ambassador Luna, owned by Voodoo Mon Racing of Vanessa Nye, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey James Graham. 3, Lagertha, owned by Matriarca of Felipe Sullivan, trained by Amador Sanchez, Hector Isaac Barrios to ride. 4, Campanelli, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. 5, In Good Spirits, owned by Balmar Equine LLC of Paul Varga, trained by Al Stall Jr., the jockey John Velasquez. 6, Catch a Bid, races for Highlander Training Center of Larry Hirsch, trainer Joe Sharp, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7, Lead Guitar, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by George Weaver, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. Number 8, Violenza, owned by Randall Block, 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, owned also by John Seiler, David Hall, and David Kirk, trained by Ian Wilkes, jockey Chris Landeros. 9 is Scratch. 10, Yes, It's Ginger, owned by Brilliant Racing LLC of Brandon Stauble and Natalie Gills and others, owned also by Tag Team Racing of Travis Foley. The trainer is Greg Foley. The jockey is Marcelino Pedroza Jr. 11 is Scratched, and number 12, completing the field, will be Change of Control, owned by Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell, the jockey Colby Hernandez. Number 12, Change of Control. Turf is good. Post time 6 minutes. The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Buffalo Trace Franklin County, Sabino Valenzuela, the groom for number 6, Catch a Bid. Sabino, congratulations.
The rain picks up to its heaviest point here today, and that's something that Wesley Ward likes to see. He just told me the wetter, the heavier, the better as far as the course conditions. She ran so well at Royal Ascot in the Commonwealth Cup over a turf course that won't be dissimilar now with this late bit of rain that we're getting here for the Buffalo Trace Franklin County. He says it takes a special type of horse to get through the conditions that she's able to. And he also mentioned, Gabby was talking about the blinker, he said this is something that she's worn all year. He actually worked her in this outside blinker before the Royal Ascot Commonwealth Cup, and Frankie said keep it on her, speaking of Frankie Dettori, who rode her that day. So this is something that she has had on here as of late in 2021 as the rain continues to pick up for the Grade 3 Franklin County, Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. Let's go over to the numbers, the outside filly, one of the outside fillies. Yes, it's Ginger, who's carrying the 10 saddle cloth. She's 13-1. On numbers, she fits. She's run some of the fastest sheets numbers, thoroughgraph numbers, whatever you take a look at. And they gave it a go in that Kentucky Downs race because all expenses were paid for that race after winning the prep race, the preview ladies sprint stakes at Ellis Park. So if she can handle these conditions, you've got to give her a look at a big price of 13-1. And then Catch a Bid will end the conversation there with the number 6 horse, the daughter of Real Solution. She was second in that ladies sprint stakes at Kentucky Downs. One going a mile 70, 2 starts back at Mountaineer. So cutting back in distance, we'll see how she handles these conditions. And these are conditions that many of these fillies and mares are not familiar with, but it's something that Campanelli is familiar with, having run at Royal Ascot over some of the most testing conditions we've seen in recent years in the summer months out there in the UK. 5 minutes away from the Grade 3 feature, the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County.
Please note, 0 minutes to post. The horses are headed to the gate for Keeneland's featured ninth race, the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. The gate load is about to begin. They are at the post. And they're off in the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes. In good spirits, Ambassador Luna come out to battle for the early lead. Yes, it's Ginger, moves up on the far outside of the opening strides. Change of Control is away, running in the fourth position. Lagertha is fifth. She's So Special is sixth. Violenza is seventh. Campanelli is running in the eighth position. Catch a Bid is ninth. And Lead Guitar is last of the 10 as they head over to the far turn. Ambassador Luna has the lead. Yes, it's Ginger is there on the outside. They go at it for the top spot. In Good Spirits is racing in third. 3 lengths off the lead. And then Change of Control is in fourth around the far turn. A gap of 3 more lengths to She's So Special as they move for the top of the stretch. A quarter mile to go. Ambassador Luna. Yes, it's Ginger up on the outside. In Good Spirits. Then Change of Control. Lagertha back there in fifth. Into the final furlong. Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. Change of Control coming after Ambassador Luna. Lagertha, Campanelli running late but have a lot of work to do. Change of Control. Ambassador Luna on top. It is Change of Control. Campanelli runs late to third. Change of Control, and Colby Hernandez to win the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes.
A second stakes win for this mare, daughter of Fed Biz. Change of Control, able to rally and pick up this victory at odds of 6-1 for owner Perry Harrison and trainer Michelle Level as she handles these conditions. Campanelli had a lot of work to do. She kicks on, but knows no better than third. And a tip of the cap to, yes, it's Ginger. A strong finish in there as well. Change of Control getting the victory here today in full flight in the heavy conditions here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. 12, Change of Control was first. 2, Ambassador Luna was second. 4, Campanelli was third. 5, In Good Spirits was fourth. 12, 2, 4, 5, unofficial. Race 9, results official, 12-2-4-5, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth race. Official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth, 25th running of the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes Grade 3, number 12, Change of Control. Change of Control, owned by Perry Harris and trained by Michelle Lovell. Colby Hernandez, the winning jockey. Change of Control, a 5-year-old mare by Fed Biz out of America's Blossom by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Mr. John O'Meara. Keeneland November Baby, Change of Control. Gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 5.89 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the feature, Mr. Harlan Wheatley, Master Distiller, Buffalo Trace Distillery, makes the presentation for the Buffalo Trace Franklin County Stakes to the connections of Change of Control.
Change of Control picking up another stakes win here at Keeneland Racecourse, this time taking the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace, Franklin County. Michelle Lovell, Colby Hernandez. What's it like riding in a driving rainstorm in conditions like this, Colby?
It was a little tough. When we broke out the gates, I looked over. She was a little in front, but I couldn't see that good out there. But when she broke very short, I was able to get in a good position and then just sit and wait on her. And then when I called on her, finish her strong.
Well done.
Thank you.
Michelle, we were standing here close to each other watching the proceedings. What were you thinking as the rain was coming down?
I knew we weren't going to be able to see much, and we were laughing, thinking what those horses thought about being out in this kind of rain, if they thought it would be fun or not, because it wasn't for us. But, yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I couldn't see anything. They were all twos. They were all white saddle towels. I was like, it was a good thing you had the numbers up on the board.
She gave you your first stakes win back in the spring in the Giants Causeway, and now picks up this graded stakes win. What has this mare meant to you?
Oh, man, she's been so classy and so talented, and she just gives so much every single time we put her in the gates. I love her very much. She's been awesome.
She wouldn't find conditions like this in Del Mar, I don't think, if she was going to the Breeders' Cup. Is that at all under consideration?
No, it hasn't been. We thought that track probably wouldn't play well for her, so we were happy to be here, and we'll find another spot.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Change of Control, now a 2-time stakes winner here at Keeneland.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies on the main track, which is listed muddy. No changes in race 10. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Condition of the main track sloppy for race 10 at Keeneland. Please note, condition of the main track sloppy for race 10 at Keeneland.
Showing just 9 minutes to post for race number 10 as we see these fillies still being saddled up. 2-year-old fillies going to be running on the sloppy main track, 7 furlongs. And to wrap up this card, the 3-horse Ocean Size is my top selection in here at odds of 9-2. She gets off the rail, comes out of a live race at Colonial, which produced Hidden Connection and the Daughter of McLean's Music. If she runs true to her breeding, should handle these conditions, Gabby. McLean's Music, Sons and Daughters win 22% of the time when the track comes up off, as we're dealing with tonight.
And I think she'll have an easier time of it with the added distance to 7 furlongs. Sometimes she just finds herself too far off of the pace. But with an inside draw and at 7/8 with two races underneath her, I think that Ocean Size could definitely be in a spot to win this race at 9-2.
The 10 is getting a lot of attention, 3-1 for Rudy Brisset. That is Golden Sights, who cuts back in distance. She caught a sloppy track on debut and was 5th, beaten 2 1/4. So we'll see how she handles this here today.
I think every single race has been building to maybe a peak performance today. 2 starts back in the debutante, she actually ran a really good race. She lost a very little sense. That filly, she went gate to wire, and I don't think it was a very fast pace that day. And then her last race, she lost to Penny Saver, who was one of the favorites in the Alcibiades. So Gold Insights now turning back to 7/8. I think she's going to be the fittest, and she's also the class.
Let's go to the one-horse Cupid Strike, who'll be carrying the red saddlecloth, daughter of Cupid, just like her father. She is a gray, and 9-1 right now. Makes her first start today, and she has a recent workout at an off-track here at Keeneland. Worked 47-3 out of the gate over the mud.
Yeah, daughter of Tappet, daughter of Cupid, who is by Tappet. So she should be able to handle these conditions, and she's got some very quick workouts in the morning. I guess the only problem is the rail, first-time starter, 7/8, kind of a bad combination, Scott.
I'll wrap things up with the 4-horse Enchanted Trail. 'Tis Now filly for Helen Pitts. Helen Pitts having quite the season with limited starters. 26% winners, an ROI of over $2.30. She gets a good post here, does this daughter of 'Tis Now. I'll lean on the barn here with the first-time starter Enchanted Trail, who's 27-1.
Helen Pitts has had a very good season, so do take note that maybe you want to use this horse underneath, and she looks great in the paddock for the connection. Scott, it's been a fantastic day. I just saw the payouts for the All-Turf Pick 3, over $2,200 for that new wager. I would imagine the Pick 5s and Pick 4s are going to be paying nicely, as we've had some upset winners and prices throughout the afternoon.
6 minutes to get those final wagers in for the afternoon here at Keeneland. This is the 10th and final for this Friday. Good luck.
Tack adjustments for 2 horses in the paddock. Call for riders up for race 10 will be coming in just a moment. Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Middlebrook Farm, a maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, 7 furlongs over the main track, which is now listed sloppy. No changes in race 10. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time coming up in just 3 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Best Turned Out Award for Race 10, Ignacio Ortega, the groom for number 6, Take a Stand. Congratulations.
Closing in on post time for this 10th and final event. They start with the 7-horse, who's 11-1, Fast and Flirty for Badley Racing and Belmar Racing, a daughter of Into Mischief, as she's getting set for her debut for trainer Brendan Walsh.
I was looking at her in the post parade, Scott, and she just looks very fit for her debut. You can see kind of behind the saddle how rounded out she is and how much power she has behind the saddle. Same with her shoulder as well, just good muscle definition, and she looks fit, which is important for a 7/8 debut. She's also by Into Mischief out of a Not for Love mare pedigree that would love this type of track condition.
Let's move to the 9, La Bombonera. Let me try that again. La Bombonera, a daughter of Quality Road.
It's been a long day, Scott.
Keeneland September sales graduate. They paid $400,000 for her last year, and she's had one start. She had an outside draw. She gets stuck with an outside draw again here today. So I guess we'll see how she handles these conditions, as she had a wet fast surface in which she debuted at over at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, she just looks like a fit horse, and maybe she wasn't first time out at 7/8. Looking back at even Brad Cox's stats, usually his maiden runners in their second start, they win. I think it's probably at 30% or higher. She made a little bit of a middle move in her first race and then just got tired, but she definitely looks like a fit racehorse today.
Let's go over to the 6-horse, 24-1 in the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Silks, a homebred, daughter of Will Take Charge. Debuted this filly sprinting on turf at Ellis. Will Take Charge, to me, doesn't say anything about 5.5 furlongs. It looks like a jumping off point for her, and she comes from a Candy Ride first dam by the name of Candy Crush, and Candy Ride has become my go-to stallion to look for in bloodlines when tracks come up like this, like we're dealing with Sloppy.
And she just was not fast enough. She was not a factor in her first race, so I think you kind of have to approach this horse as a first-time starter, and she is making a nice appearance there on the track today.
These fillies should be at the gate here very shortly. This is the 10th and final at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Middlebrook Farm. They are at the post. And they're off. Ocean Size comes out for the lead. Golden Sights is there in the opening strides up on the far outside as the field heads up onto the main track up the backstretch now. Enchanted Trail going to come out of a crowd. Enchanted Trail to the lead. Golden Sights to second. Ocean Size is now third. Malibu Kindle pressing the issue, moving up fourth to third. And now to challenge for the top spot as well. Fast and Flirty going to back away from that pace. In the meantime, Cupid Strike moves up in fifth. Take a Stand between horses sixth. Fast and Flirty picks up the chase again, but now from seventh. Red Hot Mama going to be four wide to the far turn in eighth. La Bombonera is in ninth. And Champagne Sister, last of the 10, 22.59 seconds for the opening quarter. Golden Sights the leader. Golden Sights a length and a half to the good. Take a Stand goes second. Fast and Flirty has moved back through a crowd, back up into third, but still 4 lengths off the lead. And Red Hot Mama fourth on her outside, followed by La Bombonera looking for room between horses. Now moving through a crowd into third, but 6 lengths from the front. Golden Sights still the one to catch. They turn for home. Take a Stand a length and a halfway in second position. La Bombonera looks toward the insides now, moving up the rail from third, but still Golden Sights is the leader. Take a Stand to the outside. La Bombonera to the inside. Fast and Flirty back there in fourth. Cupid Strike is fifth. Golden Sights maintaining the advantage well into the final furlong. Golden Sights drawing clear. The battle will be for second. Golden Sights in front for Chris Landeros. Fast and Flirty runs towards second from Take a Stand, but at the line it is Golden Sights in front. Fast and Flirty second. Take a Stand across the wire in third. La Bombonera in fourth, and Cupid Strike in fifth.
She was ready to roll today. Golden Sights absolutely toying with this field as Chris Landeros lays her down. She's in full flight to the wire as she goes off as the 2-1 favorite for Rudy Brisset.
And these 2-year-old races, Scott, experience, fitness, man, it definitely is so important. And this filly proved to be the case as she was turning back from 1 1/16 to the 7 furlongs, and she was much the best in the end. And in fact, 2-1, not a bad price on your winner. 10-7-6 for the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 10, Golden Sights, finished first. Number 7, Fast and Flirty, was second. Number 6, Take a Stand, was third. Number 9, La Bombonera, was fourth. Number 1, Cupid Strike, finished fifth. 10-7-6-9-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Middlebrook Farm, number 10, Golden Sights, owned by September Farm, LLC, of Brooke Baker, owned also by Union Park Thoroughbreds, LLC, of Vincent Granisi, owned as well by Jonathan Wilmot, Rick Howard, and Black Fern, LLC, of Stephen McKay. The trainer is Rodolphe Brisset, the jockey Chris Landeros. Golden Sights, a 2-year-old filly by Golden Sense out of Celestial Sighting by Escondrea, winner bred in Kentucky by Tailor Made Stallions Incorporated. Keeneland November breeding stock graduate, Golden Sights, gets the 7 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy in 1 minute 24.61 seconds. Race 10 results official, 10-7-6-9-1, the official results for Keeneland's 10th race. In the winner's circle, the Middlebrook Farm trophy presentation to the connections of Golden Sights. No perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today at Keeneland. There is a consolation 5 of 6 that pays $1,700 on the $1 Pick 6. Carryover for the Pick 6 of $51,296. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $6,145. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for our family of sponsors, including Buffalo Trace, the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards, and Lane's End, thank you and good evening. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races which are scheduled to occur after that time. Thank you.